It's 9:05. Do you want to get started, Harshita?
Okay. Okay. Hey everyone, thank you so much for coming to our first annual Washington Artificial Intelligence Summit. I'm Harshita.
I'm Bhavya.
And I'm Shri.
We have lots of fun activities planned for you guys today, so please stick around to the very end. And before we begin, let's do a little get to know each other activity because we'll be spending a long time today. So let's start out with the icebreaker activity. Feel free to, Okay. So feel free to type it in the chat, and you can type anything you want, but these are the prompts that's kind of useful. So describe how you're feeling today in one word, and what are you the most excited to learn for today? I'll give you guys about 3 minutes to do that. I'm not sure if this chat is working for you guys, so it'd be helpful if you guys let us know. Seems like many people are excited, so that's really nice. So a brief overview of Girls Computing League. We empower students in our programs to be future leaders and change makers in our communities in the areas of CS, computer science, and technology. We teach CS in a very simple and accessible way to bring diverse perspectives and equitable development to technology. And more specifically on artificial intelligence, Summit AI Summit. This summit is a really good opportunity to interact with the leaders in the fields of computer science from companies and research institutions through workshops and panels. And it's open to all school students who are interested in learning the fundamentals of various aspects of artificial intelligence. And the speakers for today's events are Mr. Gokul Harindran and Mr. Vinod Nagula, and our panelists are Ms. Maria, Ms. Anu Dota, Mr. Sam Talasila, and Ms. Arlene. And for today's schedule, From 9:05 to 9:20, we have the opening ceremony, which is basically right now. And then from 9:20 to 9:50, we have the introduction to AI, artificial intelligence. And from 9:50 to 10:30, we have a little Kahoot game planned for you guys. And from 9:30 to 11:30, we have the diversity in tech panel. And from 11:30 to 12, we have the lunch break. And then from 12 to 12:30, we have award ceremony. 12:30 to 1:10, we have the introduction to cybersecurity. And lastly, from 1:10 to 1:30, we have the closing ceremony. And we'll be having little breaks in between to stretch. And yeah.
Okay, Gokul, do you want to get started now or should we wait for a while?
Sure, I can get started.
Okay. Give me a minute. Okay, so we're going to start off with Introduction to AI. And it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker for today's program, Gokul Harindran. He will be giving everyone an overview of what artificial intelligence is, explaining its application to the real world, discussing its evolution along with its impacts in years to come. He has over 17 years of experience in HR applications. He is recognized thought leader in digital transformations using artificial intelligence, robotics, and leading technology to create powerful business, talent, and HR experiences. And now, without further ado, I'll hand it off to Mr. Gokul Harindran. Thank you.
Hey, thank you, Bhavya. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Am I audible, Bhavya and the team?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, first of all, thank you for having me here. And I'm truly excited, as most of you are. And I'm reading the chat. Some are curious, some are excited. So it's really great to be here. And thank you all for joining today. I plan to keep this very interactive, fun. This way we learn and from each other, what artificial intelligence is. And as we go along, I can share my experiences and we'll take it from there. Okay. That's okay. Bhavya, can I share my screen?
Yep, you can. Sri, you can stop sharing if you'll be able to.
Yeah, you can share it.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's do this, right? Let's do a quick fun exercise to begin, right? Let's do a quick word cloud. If you can choose one word to describe what artificial intelligence is, in your own words, what would it be, right? You can respond in this poll, Evie. Is it okay to post this in the chat? This way folks can copy real quick.
Recording in progress.
Let me try to paste it in chat, right? This way you get the link.
Yeah, do you want me to try doing that?
Yeah, that'll be great.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Harshita. Yeah, sure.
Awesome. So I'll give you all a few minutes while you're typing in your responses. Right. All right. Okay. Are you able to get in?
I think it's still inactive, or maybe we have to try clicking on it again.
Yep. Can you try again? There you go.
Oh, yeah. Everyone click on the link again.
AI. What is AI? What do you mean by artificial and what do you mean by intelligence? Code, yeah, that's good. Technology, wow. Machine, mind, that's awesome. Yep. Oh, more and more machine and learning, that's good. Smart device, wow. Solving problems, helping someone, technology, storing, that's great. Help, I love the word help. Um, device, data, yeah, see data sticking out, right? So a lot of folks think it is data related, that's amazing. Itself, another lovely word. Learning, brain, tool, I like it. Machine, data, device, someone, intelligent, big help, smart, that's nice. Technology, future technology, that's good. Advanced, performing, intelligent, big. Advanced assistance, fantastic. Performing, storing, wow. So if you notice, I think some of you are hitting some core topics here, right? You talk about machine, that's great. You talk about learning, being smart, data, um, changing androids. Yep. All right. So let me quickly get back to my slide, right? So that is great, by the way. So let me jump on back to my slide and talk about what does Wikipedia think it is. And I think truly you all, and I love this definition from Wikipedia, by the way, right? It touches upon everything that you just said. Intelligence demonstrated by machines, you said machines. Unlike the natural intelligence displayed by human and animals, which involves consciousness and emotionality, right? So that's the big difference, right? So what we refer to as AI is primarily everything that you guys said, right? Using data, using technology, solving world problems, being advanced, and by itself, what machines can actually do. And the way we differentiate machines from natural intelligence is by how we differentiate humans by applying consciousness to think that we do. So that by itself is a great definition that I love from Wikipedia, right? Now let's do one more exercise. Yeah. So what AI applications do you use today, like in the modern world on a day-to-day life? What do you all use, right? You can go back to the same poll EV. I'll stop the previous one and I'll go to the next and activate. Yep, it's activated. So what are some of the AI applications that you use today? Alexa, fantastic. Customer service, awesome. What other applications do you use today?
Just to make sure it's the same link, everyone.
Yeah, it's the same link, correct. Yeah. Siri, Google, Alexa. Browsers, yeah, that's great. Google service. Replica, that's nice. Media. Driving, self-driving. That's good. Maps, that's great. Facebook, that's good. Social media, browsers. Stockfish, yep, that's good. Facebook, Alexa, Google keeps sticking out. Google, Twitter, Siri, Netflix. That's awesome. You all are experts in AI already, huh? You've been using an AI application and you were able to precisely define what AI is, right? So that's great. Well, let's get back to my presentation. And I think you covered most of the topics that I had already listed. Right? So you spoke about customer service, right? Many of you interact with several chatbots today. Half the time we don't even realize that we're talking to a chatbot versus a live agent. The AI does a fantastic job to recognize all your voices, your text messages, your emotions. It does a pretty good job these days. E-commerce. You all might have experienced this. You might have searched for something on Google, and from that point onwards, let's say I search for a sock, and then everywhere I'm going and browsing, you'll only be seeing sock advertisements of socks everywhere, right? Personalized content. What do you mean by personalized content? As you look at organizations, right, of all these big organizations as they expand and grow and the need to connect people, they no longer, folks really don't care about just generic stuff. You don't want people to just get things that are just available in the market, as an example. So let's take Netflix as an example, right? You don't want Netflix or Prime Video to make recommendations that you really don't care, right? I mean, they can just keep publishing videos, and on the top bar on Netflix or Prime Video, you may be noticing some personalized recommendations based on what you've seen in the past. You might have seen that but if you notice, these days you will see things that are very personal to you. Same goes with healthcare. There is one thing to just have a generic message about what it is and what you need to kind of take care of yourself. And there is another thing to also be very specific to each individual and what it truly means to them for their healthcare needs. Sports. You can see all these data being flashed on all the sports media. Like, let's say you're watching a game, all the scores, the tracker, the forecast, the analytics that's going behind, in each sports prediction. Cybersecurity. We don't have to say this, right? So there are so many hacks happening throughout the world. Cybersecurity is one thing that that is causing a lot of attention. How do you prevent hacks? How do you be proactive about it? How do you make sure that your system and the application and the data that you're using is secure, right? So there is an increasing need, and you'll see so many applications in AI. So these are just some examples, and most of you already listed it, so that is good, right? So is someone monitoring the chat per se, Bhavya?
Yes, I will be.
All right, cool, thank you. All right, so let me ask a quick trivia question, right? When do you think was the first AI word coined? When was it? '97, that's a good guess from Rishita. Any other answers? '97, Bhavya, that's good. 97. By the way, 97 was a trick question, because I know I'm showing images of 97 here, but it is truly not 97. Believe me or not, the first AI term was coined in 1955. Very close, Manas, very close. Well done. 1955 by two gentlemen, Herbert Simon and Alan Newall. They were the first ones to coin the term AI. And then all of their AI was about proving theorems that were mathematical, right? Okay, so that's one. Now, if you notice, here are some examples that I've showed in just the evolution of AI, right? So back in those days, right, like 1955 onwards, right? I mean, computers are not like as it is today, of course, right? And the whole idea of computing machines were also very different, right? So a number of researchers have gone between 1955 to now, right? A number of researchers, right? The computing power increased, the way computers evolved, changed. The machines can store more storage, it can process faster, it can respond faster. So really a lot of advancement happened between the first idea of AI till about this time frame, around 95, 96, 97, right? So if you notice in this example that I'm showing, 97, IBM's Deep Blue beat the world's grandmaster in chess at that point, right? It was one of the computers back then, artificial intelligence enabled computer that was able to calculate all the chess moves and respond back, and it truly beat the world champion back then. And during about the same time, if you notice, there was a lot of research that was going on in recognizing just speech, how people with different dialects speak, different accent, different languages. So there was a lot of research going on back then at the same time frame. And if you notice, during this around 97, the first speech recognition software was introduced into Windows, right? And then as things progressed, they took from a simple computational system to recognizing speech in devices, and then they kind of put that into an action, right? If you notice, this Honda's robo that I'm showing here was able to walk as fast as humans, and it could serve food in restaurants. And it could recognize what human were talking back to them. So that's another progress. Again, jumping up to 2011, IBM's Watson. I'm not sure if you've all seen this program. If not, I highly recommend it. It's there on YouTube. You will see how the whole idea of computational power, natural language processing, the ability to hear and respond to questions real time, all of that put together in this whole Jeopardy into 2011, right? Of course, IBM Watson won, competing against the two champions from the previous Jeopardy seasons. And then this is something was news to me as well. And as I was researching for the session today, 2014 is when Google came up with the first driverless car. Of course, it was not commercially available, just as it is today. But 2014 was when it was first, when it all first started. Yeah. And this list just truly goes on, right? From this point onwards, softwares are able to recognize images. It's able to make real-time decisions, right? Think about things that the driverless car does. It's able to recognize images. It's able to recognize the environment, the weather, the traffic conditions, the map, the destination, any hazards coming on the road, which are not pre-programmed. So it's able to recognize all of that. And the whole idea I wanted to kind of talk through this example was primarily to tell you all, you see a pattern evolving here, right? So first it was about computation, how systems make these decisions. And then it was about recognizing language. Then it's about motion. Then it was about real-time responses. And then it is putting that into an action with the driverless car. So more and more research is going on, and the whole artificial intelligence is kind of evolving with all the research. I apologize for the background noise, by the way. My dog Spencer decides to go off once in a while. So before I proceed further, are there any questions? Okay. So where do you think we are heading towards next? Oh, there is a question I see. Yes, we do use code for AI. We do. We do. I'll get to it in just a minute. Yeah. Okay. Over the next few years, what do you think is happening? Or at least this is what I see where the focus will be. It could be much more than this, but these are some of the areas where I see there's going to be a tremendous growth or sprout in the field of artificial intelligence. Healthcare, right? Let's take healthcare and let's look around us. What's happening today, right? Global pandemic. The world is not the same as it was before, and we all have to learn to respond to diseases in a much faster, quicker, more efficient manner. And then think about it, right? Right now, most medications are tailored to the vast majority of the public. It's nothing personal. So I feel in the area of healthcare, think about coming up with treatment options for doctor. I mean, for people, for everyone, where it's based on your gene, the environment, your personal medical history, right? So that's very much a possibility. Automotive, right? You're already seeing a lot of driverless cars on the road today. That could get expanded into, yeah, that's a great example. Most traffic lights will be controlled by AI, absolutely. And as such, there are already traffic lights controlled by AI, and it could happen too. That was a great response from Nurefsan Orhan. I apologize if I'm pronouncing your name right. Automotive, right? Driverless car, you seeing it, that could get expanded into flights, trains. There are so many trains already in play. It could be drones. Think about trucks going driverless and making real-time decisions on the road. Cybersecurity, we touched upon cybersecurity already, right? There are so many hacks happening throughout the world, take it government, personal, education. So there is always this constant need for the applications or the security area to be one step ahead of the hackers. So how do you identify a threat? How do you potentially alert the right people? How do you resolve it even before someone is thinking about it? So there's going to be more and more research going on in cybersecurity. Human resources, one of my personal favorite topics. Look at all the organizations going on, Google, Facebook, IBM. Think about all these organizations, right? And they have hundreds and thousands of employees working for them. So it almost becomes impossible for a small organization, for a small set of HR team to personally connect with all of his employees or managers. It just becomes impossible, right? So they need tools and techniques to help personally connect with their employees, understand what their talent aspirations are, working with the recruiting team to say what skills are needed, how do you go after the market, how do you provide learning? Like, let's say I'm working in an organization and I'm interested. So right now I'm working on AI and I want to learn about aeroscience, and my organization has that capability, right? So, and if I personally like that, and the HR should be able to make a recommendation that's very personal to me, right? So there is going to be more and more coming up in the area of human resources, and then, like I said, again, there's going to be so much more focus on research and continuous evolution, that the goal is to get more and more closer to how human intelligence works. right? And to ease up, reducing cost, ease up personal day-to-day stuff. I can't imagine, earlier I used to go on a browser and always ask Google any question I may have, but now it's as simple as just talking to Google, right? And it's there in my table, and he or she just responds. So that's what is going to happen, at least in my lens, over the next few years. Any questions on this? All right. Oh, there is a question. Okay, so this is from Manas. The question is, especially that the idea of universal healthcare is taken in consideration by many. How may AI play a significant role as proper and effective healthcare is being passed? Great question, Manas. So in my opinion, there is going to be a lot more importance on genealogy per se, for an individual's gene, DNA, and individuals. Everyone is unique, right? No two person are alike, and we all have personal health conditions. We all have personal emotions, a lot of stuff that influence our personal health, right? Otherwise, it's going to be a simple switch on and off button, right? So I feel in the area of healthcare, primarily, it's going to be driven more around genealogy, understanding how each individual could be made, and how do we take care of their responses, right, on their individual treatment. That's a great example. Siddharth, that's a good example that you gave. Could there be, it's another question, I think. Hey, did that answer your question, Manas, before I go to Siddharth's question? Okay, great. Siddharth Chowdhury, could there be robots that can take care of people with COVID? Absolutely, right? Again, I'm going to touch a little bit upon industry framework regulations in just a minute. But having said that, absolutely, there could be robots that can take care of people. There are more research being done on that particular area where it's, yeah, exactly. Like, so nurses do not get sick. Yeah, absolutely. Right. And even elderly care, right, where you can't afford a personal person to take care of you on a day-to-day basis. Think about having a personal assistant to assist you, right? Both it can bring down costs for individuals, as well as, it will give them the support they need. And during such times, pandemic times, why not, right? This way folks don't get sick, right? Going and treating people, it could be administered, the treatment could be administered and done. Again, these are all ideas, right? Great ideas. Before that becomes a reality, it has to go through a number of things, right? It has to make sure it's not harmful, it is not violating an individual's health, privacy, it's not violating health regulations that are currently going on, depending on the country you're in. And then the government regulations around it. So really, you need to kind of go through a process before an idea becomes real. Okay. Is it possible? Yes, it is possible. Very much.
I have a question in the chat from someone. I'll read it out. It says, do you think AI will take over jobs in the future? If so, which ones?
All right. Again, it's a very commonly asked question. Again, and a good one. AI, will AI take over jobs, some of the jobs? The answer is yes. It is going to take over some of the jobs. Now, think about jobs like, let's talk about security, right? Back in those days, you had a security guard standing, watching, opening the door, checking your ID card, making sure you're okay, and letting you in, right? But what's happening nowadays, most systems, you really barely find someone like that, right? So you come in, you swipe your badge or your ID, like what happens in your school, it unlocks the door, you go in, right? And then where are humans involved in it, right? Human is involved on the other side. They are alert, watching, monitoring, they are seeing, they're looking for alerts and triggers, and they react to it when there is an exception, right? So always, it's not going to take over humans per se, but it's going to take over certain jobs. Customer service, great example, right? You were chatting these days, take it a chat bot or even answering a live call. It could be, in many cases, it's also, you won't even realize you're talking to an AI, right? Or a robot. Of course, it's important for the robot to tell you that you're talking to one. Having said that, unless it's not able to tackle certain questions, that's when human are going to be. So regardless of the industry, so it's a little broad, right? So which one is pretty broad? Regardless of the industry you are in, I feel AI is going to play a key role across the board, right? Things that are commonly, repeatedly being used, developed, those jobs are most likely to be done by AI in the near future. In many cases, it's already taken over, and it is also going to only increase. So we as humans, we have a responsibility to be on more strategic, design stuff, things that we can play a role in controlling consciousness and emotionality, like going back to the definition from Wikipedia. Okay. Did I answer your question? Okay, I hope that's a yes. Any other questions? Okay, so I think that's also leading to this particular topic, right? How do you think, how does someone become intelligent, right? How do they become intelligent? By reading, by learning, right? How do you all think machines learn? Right? It's a pretty interesting topic, right? So unless the system is able to learn and respond to it, you are really not creating an intelligence per se, right? And intelligence is there. I mean, if a system is doing 1 + 1 = 2, right? It's just a formula, an equation the system is solving and responding back to you, right? But how is it knowing the different scenarios and then the type of questions and learning along the way and becoming intelligent as it uses, right? So that's what kind of makes it very interesting. So if you notice here, right, I want to talk about AI learning, machine learning, right? So let's take an example, right? Let's say we are building an application that is used to identify an apple. So you're showing an apple, and the system should just recognize that as an apple and get back to you, right? So let's say you're doing it. How do you think you'll go about doing it? Right? It starts right here, data, right? So first is you need to kind of train the system by giving them all types of apples, right, that are available in the world, right? Just feed the system with all apples. And then you analyze the data, right? So let's say you want to classify what kind of apple that is, right? So you need to say, look at the data, which is in our case, pictures of apples. Analyze it, look at the texture, look at the color, look at the size, shape, right? Analyze it. Develop a pattern around it, right? Saying, hey, things that are red, green, right? belong to a certain category. And also, as you're giving data, input data, right? It's also important to feed it with data that the system clearly recognizes that are not an apple, right? For example, you may have to show pictures of oranges or pineapples, right? To say, hey, this is an apple, this is a pineapple. So these are not the same thing. So you need to kind of train the system to say, okay, here are all the data that goes behind it. Code, I know there was a question earlier. We need to code the system in such a way that it is able to analyze the data, look at it, and once it analyzes the data, it's able to form a pattern, right? Saying, hey, these are the different kinds of apples. Now, if it belongs to these categories, they are classified as category 1. If it's green, they are a different category, right? So you kind of group these apples into different things. So you train the system in such a way that it is able to identify a pattern. And then the next time, when somebody shows a picture of an apple, it's able to clearly understand based on the data that you already fed, the data, the logic that you put in to analyze the data, and the pattern that it already knows, it's able to predict that that is an apple, right? I mean, apple is just an example, but I'm just saying, this example could go to any image recognition, right? So if you're using building an app to identify what flower this is, right? So the key is data, and creating an application where you're able to analyze the data, develop a pattern, giving the ability for the system to predict, and more importantly, store the feedback, right? So once you predicted, once the system is telling you, oh yeah, this is rose, or this is tulips, right? Going back to the flower example, you should be able to store the data, and that forms as another input data altogether. So let's say the system is making a wrong recognition. You should also be able to capture this, correct it, so that the next time when someone shows the same image, it is not wrongly identifying it, right? So the data here forms the central piece for any AI application. For you to have an effective AI application, the primary responsibility for us as programmers are to think about, okay, let's take a step back, right? Let's find out, okay, what is my application going to do? Okay, and what are the data requirements behind that application, right? Remember, like I said, it's not just about going one way. Like, if it's an application to identify apples, it's not just about the apples. It's also about giving in all other data that the system is saying, okay, this is not an apple, right? So both positives and negatives, ability for it to analyze and predict, and more importantly, as it's being used by different users, it's got an ability to also learn again, right? That forms as an input to the data once again. So this is at a very, very high level. So I'm going to pause there. Any questions? Okay. And before I wrap up, right, this is the last slide. I hope you found this very exciting and interesting, and giving you the much needed energy to dive into AI, building AI applications. But I want to kind of leave with one topic that you can make sure that you are sticking to while you are developing your AI applications, right? So just like any technology, right, it's got its plus, it's got its minus. So we need to make sure that It's following an ethical standard, right? When you're developing an application. First, artificial bias, right? So going back to this example that I said, let me share my screen once again, sorry. Yeah. So going back to this example, data, right? So when you are developing an application, let's make sure that there is no artificial bias. What do we mean by artificial bias? Over the years, our history has not been very kind to us, right? So if you are creating an application that is used for anything around human resources, if you look at our history, it's always been very biased to certain race, certain sex. So if you're using the data historical and feeding it into developing an application for AI, it's not going to be, the results are not going to be accurate. The world has evolved, right? There has been more and more changes that have been introduced. So it's very, very important, like when you're developing an AI application, that it doesn't have a bias. Make sure that you're transparent to users. So let's say you're collecting my data for processing the data. So you are fully transparent with them, saying what are you using it for, how will it be processed, and how will it modify. Every industry has a regulation, right? Healthcare does, every industry, right? Banking, insurance, consumer markets, every industry has its own set of regulations. So be on the lookout for what the industry regulations are, because you may end up developing an application, and before you could go to the market and before you could expose it to the end user, let's say you are not allowed to because you really didn't follow the guidelines, right? So that's something pretty important. And always have an ability so that you can monitor the data and you're able to report on it. And if there is any course correction that you have to take along the way, that you have the ability to report and do it. Yeah. Oh, I see there's a question. 1 second. Hi, joined bitterly. I noticed that this has been recorded. Can I get the recording? Let to see what I missed. Bhavya, I think that question is for you.
Yeah, I'll be answering that through text.
Okay, all right, cool. Okay.
It looks like someone raised their hand. Vishnu, I think you can just put your question in the chat because unfortunately we won't be able to let you unmute.
So any questions on this artificial, on AI ethics? I wanted to make sure that I am leaving up with this so that, all you excited programmers are focused on developing applications and also kind of maintain an ethical standard while developing them. Right, I see a question. You're welcome. All right, folks, but are there any other questions that I can help you with? If not, great. Thank you very much for this time and opportunity, and good luck with all you young developers and programmers. Look forward to seeing many more AI applications from each one of you. Okay, thank you all.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. I think a lot of us learned a lot this time. And a lot of them have been texting me saying this was really interesting. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavya. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll be taking a 4-minute break and we'll start the Kahoot game. so feel free to move around.
We'll start the Kahoot game at 10 o'clock. So
I'll put the link in the chat so you guys can get ready to type in the code.
Okay, it looks like a lot of people are entering the Kahoot already. So if you haven't, go ahead and enter. That's the Kahoot.
Yeah, we'll wait for like 2 minutes and then we can start it.
Okay, we'll wait another minute and get started.
All right, so we can start. Is everyone in? Okay, so let's see who's on the scoreboard. Okay, so Nakshi, your first place.
Oh, looks like Nirfson got up there now.
Yep, keep going, guys. You guys are doing great.
Should we turn on the music so it's like,
Oh, can you guys not hear it?
oh, now we do, yeah.
Okay. Okay, most people got that right. Good job.
Wow, the scoreboard keeps changing.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah. The first speaker talked about this, so good job, Lakia. Okay, Lakia still in first place. Okay. Lakia still winning. Wow, majority of you got this right. So Nakshi is in first place now. Good job, Lakia. Hey, most of you got this right. Good job. Okay. Good job. Most of you got that right. Okay, so the podium. So in third place, we have Sonakshi. Second is Manu. And first place is yeah. Okay, good job, everyone.
Thank you for participating.
I'm
Okay.
glad it was fun.
Yeah, I'm glad you had fun. Okay. Um,
Okay, so we will be going on another short break until 10:25, so 7 minutes, and we'll be back with a panel. So
yeah, go ahead and take a break.
We'll start in like a minute, and I don't think there's an unmute option in this meeting.
Yeah, unfortunately, attendees can't unmute, but you guys can enter any questions you have in the chat.
Okay. Now we will be kicking off our diversity in tech panel. Diversity in technology is key to success for many big companies. Diversity is also one of the major causes to innovation and the opening of opportunities within the field of technology. Our panelists all have different specializations in technology and each have their own diverse backgrounds. Now, without any further ado, let's have each one of our panelists introduce themselves.
Wait, Shri, let's like wait till I think we're waiting on one more panelist. So
Okay, yeah.
yeah, we can start at 10:30, like it said in the.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, awesome. We can get started now.
Okay,
Do you want to share screen again?
yeah. 1 second. Okay, now we will be kicking off our diversity in tech panel. Diversity in technology is key to success for many big companies. Diversity is also one of the major causes to innovation and the opening of opportunities within the field of technology. Our panelists all have different specializations in technology and each have their own diverse backgrounds. Now, without any further ado, let's welcome Mrs. Anu, Mr. Sam, and Miss Maria and Miss Arlene. So, Mrs. Anu, do you want to go first?
Of course. Thanks everyone for having me here. I'm very glad to speak to you all. My name is Anu Doda. I was born and raised in India. I studied computer science engineering back home. Obviously, I've moved around a little bit, lived in US for about 6 years, settled in Canada for the last 12 years. Currently, I work as head of engineering here at Thomson Reuters, leading engineering group that is responsible to manage $1 billion business. We do a lot of software products and especially within tax and trade domain. I've worked in different businesses, retail, banking, payments, but all from a technology standpoint, building solutions, building products, and things like that, basically. Very happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, we could go next with Miss Maria. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Maria Cervantes. I am the STEM to START program specialist at Bellevue College. I am from Mexico. I grew up in Mexico. My whole life was in Mexico. And the first time that I traveled internationally was to come to live here to the United States. I came here because of my husband. So, that was a difficult time for me when I needed to, at that moment, I needed to choose between family and my professional life. So I decided to go for it, to go to have my family. So I came with my husband, and at the same time, I was looking for some opportunities here to practice the language. And I started volunteering at Bellevue College. I had also some experience working in higher education in Mexico, working in a private university, connecting students with the industry. And also I work with some automotive companies in Mexico. I am an electrical engineer, and also I have my master's in automotive engineer. So yeah, that is my life between tech and consulting companies and now higher education.
That's awesome.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
We could have Arlene go next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Arlene Painadat. I am a principal product engineer with Common Spirit. I also teach at Northwestern University, data engineering. I've been in this field for about 20 to 25 years. I've lost track now. Computer programming, that has been my passion for the longest period of time. Even now, I like to get my hands dirty, more getting engaged into mentoring and at high schools and getting students to get more and more engaged. And yes, I love what I do, creating solutions, providing solutions to any kind of business problem. That is something that excites me. And I'm very happy to be here talking to all of you.
Thank you. Sam, do you want to?
Yeah, I can go next and round out the panel. Thank you everyone for having me here. I really happy to be here with all of the other panelists. It's been really interesting to hear their sort of story and journey here. A little bit about me. I work at Shopify. It's a company that allows businesses to conduct commerce online and provides them with all of the tools that they need in order to conduct business online. And I work there as someone that's leading one of the data science teams. And what we try and do is help merchants who have businesses on our platform conduct their business more efficiently. That includes, helping them with fraud that might be happening, all the way to educating them on how to set their business up to find success online. And my journey here has been an interesting one. My background actually is in biomedical engineering, and that led me into an interesting world of computational neuroscience that exposed me to many other things that we commonly use now in machine learning. And that has been sort of my journey from academia into industry. Happy to be here answering questions that might be prepared and also things that folks in the chat might have. Fun fact, since we're on this topic, I also run online businesses on the side. So not only do I help merchants, but I myself am a merchant, and that's what gets my hands dirty and really empathetic towards the problems that people are facing. And we've seen a huge slew of young people actually get into this space. So if anyone's interested, even after this panel discussion, to talk more about starting businesses online, I would welcome that opportunity.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we can get started with the questions if you guys are ready. Is that good? Okay.
Oh.
Okay. So the first question is, tell us about your current position and how you got there. What led you on that path? Anyone want to get us started?
I can go.
Yeah.
So currently, I lead a group of almost 1,500 engineers here at the company that I work for. What led me to here? I mean, I've been working in this field again for about 23 years, starting from the time I got out of my university, computer science engineering. One thing that when I reflect that I think that got me here is really, obviously there is ambition, always being ambitious to do something better, something bigger, something different from what I was doing once I get comfortable with what I was doing at that point in time, right? Always looking for a change. Once you start becoming comfortable with what you're doing and looking for ways to learn. And also not telling myself that it's not for me. I mean, my background being coming from a diverse background, coming from an immigration background or first-gen immigrant background, it's not always easy to get into leadership roles. It's not simple, but at the same time, it's not impossible to. So there are obviously obstacles along the way, but every time when there is an obstacle, figuring out what is this telling me, how can I better go about it for the next time, and kind of, improving myself or developing myself along those lines. It's one step at a time. There's no shortcut, I guess. And there is also sometimes it's timing, sometimes being there. They say, having an opportunity at the right time and you being there is also there. But just being patient, just working on myself, taking the failures and converting them into feedback on how to develop myself. So there are so many things. It's kind of bunch of lot of things that I would say that got me here. In basically precise. I know it's not a precise answer, but never giving up. I mean, never giving up. If you want to get into kind of, doing the next thing, basically, I think, and doing everything that's possible.
Yeah, thank you. That's very inspiring. Okay, we could go next with Sam. Do you want to go next?
Yeah, maybe I jumped the gun and sort of shared my journey to where I am already a little bit. But I can expand on that a little bit. So going from sort of pure sciences into sort of machine learning and more being exposed to sort of software development principles and engineering principles was an interesting one. And throughout it all, like the thing that kept me going was just the idea of learning something new. So if I was, and Anu touched on this as well, if I was, being exposed to interesting ideas where I felt I was really growing and where I felt the things that I was being exposed to really, inspired the right type of thinking and, to use a cliche, got my juices flowing into being very engaged with the things that I was exposed to. That's what sort of was my guiding principle in the direction that I took. So now these days, as many of the panelists are also sort of leading people and are building teams, and the things that is really, keeping me going is this idea of, understanding a problem area, understanding what are the things that need to happen to find a good solution, setting up a team to be able to solve that is the thing that is keeping me going. And throughout it all, just to reiterate, the things that were sort of my guiding principle were this idea of being exposed to something new and being able to learn something new. And that's, something that I feel is a very useful sort of perspective to have. Maybe I'm a little biased, but I do think it's a useful perspective to have, just because at the pace, like if we just look at the pace at which our world is changing. So I've been in sort of the data science space for 8.5 years, and Arlene can probably speak to this much better than me. But like the data science space, when I got into it versus the things that are being valued now are totally different in terms of technology, in terms of software. But the things that are consistent is people that are able to think for themselves, able to come up with creative solutions to interesting problems, and using the tools that are available in order to solve those problems or building the tools to solve them. So this is something that's been consistent, in my career so far. And that has been the guiding principle through academia, right through to where I am now.
And Sam, if I can ask, I know I'm not supposed to ask questions, rather
No,
answer,
please.
but how like you got me curious with your background. Like, did you start your side business as once you started working for Shopify, or the other way around? Like, you seem to have a very unique way of having a day job plus having what you do on the side too.
Yeah, absolutely. I can get into that a little bit. So our family was always a entrepreneurial, if you want to call it that. So my father had their own business, and my brother sort of followed my father in setting up the family business. And I was always shunning that to, do something else. But when I joined Shopify, we had an opportunity through an internal competition that the CEO had set up as a way for employees to better understand the product that we're building. And that got me into starting a business. And then that sort of led me to think about how sort of my personal life with my family can be meshed with the things that I'm doing at work. And because it's a family thing, the bandwidth necessary to get things going is not that high. So having a full-time job, I'm able to do that on the side. And this is something that's like was so valuable that still now it's consistently the number one thing that I tell people to do in order to be better at their job at our company, just because the ROI on that is just insane.
That's awesome. We could move on to Arlene.
So, Sam, that was pretty inspiring. So I started just like, a regular developer. That's how I started about 20 years ago. And 2025, I lose track of it. And I wasn't excited, or I was always, inspired by what happens with a computer. That was the time when schools introduced maybe only one computer per school where I grew up in India. but then I had a notion that something's different here. So I got into it, got into doing masters in application. And then it was from that point a journey for me, and a very exciting journey. So I started as a developer, developing, giving solutions, programming, and then eventually I grew to a lead. And then I took a break for a couple of years for family, and then I went back in there. And now I lead a team of engineers in terms of for building clinical solutions, analytical solutions for our patients, our doctors, bringing in the perspective of molecular data into their mix, combining that with their clinical data to see how you can predict a patient, or to help understand whether a specific drug it will affect, or it will affect adversely, or it would be advantageous for a patient. So day in and day out, what drives me for it is to make sure we can get better care for our patients. Company-wise, our hospitals, 1 in 5 patients go to one of our hospitals. And to get this into perspective of providing better healthcare for patients, how is it that we can bring in disenfranchised, underserved communities, give them healthcare, showing to our hospitals and working with other providers how it is advantageous to provide continuous care rather than just episodic care. It could be people without health insurance, people without housing issues, or people having food insecurities. So just bringing all of that perspective and helping just regular people and making sure they get the best of it. And if technology can be a part of it, that is awesome. So that is what we try to do, me and our team, and our all day in and day out, keep on finding solutions how we can help get better. Now, one thing that I always tell my team is, don't ever come to me and say there is no solution. There is always a solution. It could be a compromise. It could be a compromise with business, work out a way how you would handle it, but there isn't always a solution. Come up with alternate, out of the box, creative solutions. If technology, there have been situations where they say technology can't solve it. Let's figure out how we cannot solve it, but how we can help it get better. So that is something that I encourage everybody to think through. Now, technology is an integral part of everything we do. And it is important that we understand how it is that we can make use of it to make everybody's life better, get better in your career. So again, I'm sorry, I didn't want to go off and on and on about it, but yeah, when I see young, all of you kids, children, high schoolers, teens, and you getting motivated to help something better in the community, that really inspires me a lot. So I good luck and good job. Keep up with all that you're doing right now.
Thank you. That's a great story. Maria, do you want to?
Yes. So it is awesome to know the background of all of you and what you are doing. My case, as I say, I work in higher education. The STEM to Start program at Bellevue College. So we work with students who are interested in pursuing a career in STEM. Those who are 100% sure that they want to become a software engineer, and also with those who are just exploring. We conduct one-on-one meetings with them to help them to see how is everything going, how we can support them, and to provide different resources to them to help them to connect with the industry, to apply for some opportunities. We have some high school students who want to go for an internship in a company where they are not finding those opportunities. So our task is to find those opportunities, maybe unpaid opportunities for them or paid opportunities, building partnerships with industries. Also help them to develop their professional profile, because never is too soon to start working on your resume and your LinkedIn profile or your elevator pitch, how you can introduce yourself to a potential employer, or how to do networking, when you are in the line buying your coffee. If you see someone that is using a budget from Microsoft or Amazon, how you can, start talking with them, because you want to work on those companies one day. So we help our students with that. And also to apply for scholarship opportunities, because sometimes money is the issue, right, to pursue your goals. So that is what the program is about. And how I ended up here, I was looking for some opportunities here, and then I was determined to pursue my career again in electrical engineering. So I said, like, okay, I will take some classes here because I need also the vocabulary and everything. And then I will go for a master's. But I joined the program at Belgium College, and the first class that I took, I was like, instead of taking one seat from one student who really needs this because they are working on their bachelor's, I can be in the other side and help them to go there. So I offered my time as a volunteer, and I joined the program in Bellevue College as a volunteer. And my idea was, I will work with the students, help them to apply for opportunities, to build their resumes, to connect with industry professionals, and that's it. But at the same time, I joined and I was like, oh, where is the data? How can we talk about our students, about the program? What is the story? It was like, oh, it's everywhere. So if you want to go deep into the archive and find the information that you need. So my STEM profile is there. I cannot read of it. So I started working with the data, collecting data for our program. How many students have we had? Where are they? How can we connect with them? How can we bring them back and share their stories with our students? Who are our alumni and who are our current students? So working with that and trying to make life easier, so this is automatizing processes. And it was the same in Mexico. When I worked with a consulting company, a friend told me, let's start a company. And I said, yeah, let's go for it. So the idea was that I was also, to develop training for automotive companies and aeronautical companies. But I was like, the company has nothing, no systems, no other way to communicate with our customers, no other way to standardize the training process. So I dedicate my time more in there. So what led me on this path, even though I've been working in different areas, my STEM profile is there. And in the field, I'm still learning new things. I'm teaching myself different topics right now, because I like to learn and how to apply those topics to my current positions, no matter what position it is. Maybe it is not related in tech, it is in higher education, but still there is a lot that we can do there. So my curiosity brought me here also, because I like to explore, and I like to take those opportunities, as Sam did, as Anu did, as Arlene did. I like to take the opportunities that I have in front of me and make the most of them.
That's great, Maria. I am a part of the STEM to STEM program that she was talking about, and I can confirm that she does an amazing job. Thank you. Okay, we could move on to the next question. Shri, do you want-
Yeah. So your next question is, what is your favorite aspect of what you do? Anu, do you want to start off?
Yeah, definitely. I like solving problems, and I like making it easy for either for my business or my customer that is using a product or a software, right? So it's just, there is so much joy in it's the same joy you would have felt now when you're solving some of your math problems, right? I used to enjoy a lot when I was in school. Like I've enjoyed math as a subject so much, because every time I solve a joy, I think I continue to feel that joy all along, even now, actually, right? Whenever we launch a new product or whenever we do a big release and or take something like, right now I lead tax and trade solutions. So it's really a different and interesting domain where we let companies file their corporate taxes using our software. And it is very important that the software has to stand up for the volumes on that filing deadline day. And sometimes it could be like super high volumes that we did not even expect. So recently, like we've done something really interesting as to how we can completely scale the infrastructure in a way, and we've done excellently well on one of those deadline days that we hit in May. It's just like everything, like, every time when there is a problem and when we as a team kind of, come to solve it, it just gives me so much joy. I think that's primarily what I enjoy. But when it comes to my current role, I also enjoy mentoring my team, coaching them and working with them. Actually, it's kind of a two-way process. I mentor them or I coach them, but I also learn quite a bit from them in terms of what they bring to the table. It's kind of diversity of thought and learning how different people think differently. So there's always that learning aspect of it, I think, as well as that people aspect of it that I really like as well. So I really like what I do. I mean, if I don't like what I do, I'll probably go find what I like. Yeah, no, I think those are the three things that come to my mind that I enjoy the most every day when I start my job.
Yeah, I want to add in something real quick. I think the fact that you brought up like problem solving and math is great because I know a lot of people enjoy math. I enjoy problem solving myself, so it tells me that I'm on the right path. So
Definitely. No, I in fact, there is not a lot of guidance back home for me when I was growing up in terms of which path I have to go, and really my liking to math and how much I was enjoying is what put me on the path of taking computer science engineering. I didn't, as I said, like I didn't have anyone. My parents didn't study, so no one was guiding me, and someone just told me, like my teacher told me, if you like math so much, I think engineering is probably the better route for you. And I just took that hunch and then ventured into my subject in engineering. So no, if you like it, I mean, these days though, any kind of problem solving, I just took math as an example, but if you like solving different things, or if you like building things and anything, I think technology is there, right? So technology is probably there in every aspect of everything we do. So like, what Arlene was saying, that was very inspiring, like what you're doing. I know one of my friends recently moved to head up another company very similar to, where they're using technology to solve problems in the medical industry. So it's just so inspiring. So
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, Sam, do you want to go next?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I see the pattern. I can go next.
Yeah.
So the favorite aspect, maybe in the framework that Anu answered would be a good one. One, talking about where I am or what I'm doing at the company and how that reflects to our end customers, and also the people aspect. So as I mentioned, Shopify, we're a platform that helps businesses to sell, whether it's online or in person. And we have over 1 million people that have their businesses on our platform. So the thing that is really interesting is even a marginal improvement that you can make on a single process that affects now 1 million businesses. So think about, let's say you do something that helps them save $1,000 a month. Maybe that's too optimistic. $1,000 a year, even that, right? You multiply that by 1 million. At the end of the day, someone's bottom line is being affected by that. So having a chance every day that you come into work to be able to magnify your impact 1 million times, that's just, to me, it still boggles my mind that we have sort of leverages at play that allow us to have such a outsized impact on people's lives. So simple example, if we are able to prevent fraud from happening through transactions that happen online, even 0.1% of the time. If we improve our fraud detection by 0.1%, that just means hundreds of millions of dollars in our merchants' pockets. And being able to have sort of those types of impacts on people's lives, and many of these are mom and pop stores or single people, are like single person run businesses, and being able to impact their lives in ways that they have not, directly asked for, but to have that, level of leverage is just, to me, amazing. And when it comes to sort of the people side, so like many of the panelists here, like I come from a technical background, and taking on the challenge of sort of helping people grow in their own craft and have an impact is something that was a new challenge, and something that I feel like I'm learning quite a bit every time sort of I'm in a one-on-one or hiring someone new and setting up what success looks like for them. But when it happens right, when you're able to learn, when you see people grow, when people that you hired 3 years ago now are leading their own teams, setting up their own things and learning in their craft, not only technically, but as people managers, that to me is just fantastic. So in both the cases, the ability to amplify your impact, either on the product side to 1 million merchants or on a team at a smaller scale, both of those aspects to me are just amazing, and a neat reflection of how sort of as a SaaS business we've organized ourselves, that's software as a service, but also in how we build teams in modern companies that allow for this, multi-fold magnification of impact. So those are, two sides of maybe the same coin, and speaking to the interesting things that are happening in my world these days.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, so Arlene, would you like to go next?
Yes. Something that Sam said, right? Fraud detection using data and patterns for fraud detection. That is something I teach my students for the data engineering class. So what kind of processes should be in place to do things like fraud detection, identifying healthcare risks. So favorite part, what I do day in and day out is to see applications that we build, solutions that we propose come to life, and that being actually used by doctors, oncologists, and nurse practitioner, or just in a hospital setting where that can be used to prevent catastrophe. So I'll give an example. One of the biggest problems is sepsis, where a patient goes into a septic shock. And what we did is we built in a tool that is displayed used by nurses and doctors, and that would detect whether a patient can potentially get sepsis. So there are certain markers we look for. And then when we identify those markers, it's then alerting system, start this treatment right away. Because once you hit that period, 24 hours or 48 hours, if you don't capture that in that time frame, then it's very hard, or it's almost impossible to recover a patient. It goes into multi-organ failure and so forth. So when you put this application and then we get analytics on this many patients were saved, that gives you a greatest satisfaction. That's one. Other things like how could we integrate newly announced drugs that FDA does? And then how can we map to what kind of patients it might work on? And then some of these patients, cancer patients, this might be their last option. So just to match that FDA drug to a specific patient or help doctors identify them sooner, that is a great satisfaction. So constantly working with doctors, trying to identify what it is that, now me coming from a technical background, a complete engineering background, it was a learning experience, a lot of learning experience, working with doctors, trying to understand how we can identify, detect, understanding the clinical terms. It was very interesting. I had an inclination for biology, so I find that very interesting. I came from a retail background. I was working for Sears at one point, where we were in the pricing department, and then coming, trying algorithms to give that an optimal price, and then completely switching gears 6 years ago into healthcare, and I think I found my niche. So just to see that we can help patients, help people, and bring in various diversity in terms of people who don't have privileges, in terms of health, food, and then just putting it all together. Going to work doesn't feel like a work. So that is why I have 3 boys. I keep on telling and drilling the same thing. You need to find the passion that you want. It could be technology, or it could be something else. But when you go to work, if it doesn't feel like you're working, that's the best thing you can do. So that was my favorite part. I don't feel like I'm going to work every day. I end up working or looking at things over the weekend. That it just becomes a hobby then. So to all of you, find out the passion that drives you, something that interests you, turn that into what you want to do. So that would be, that would make your life so much gratifying.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you for the advice, because I want to really enjoy what I do in the future. I don't want to just go to a field everyone's doing just because. Yeah. Thank you. So Maria, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Arlene, for that. It's really inspiring, So that is something, talking about the current position that I have, that is something that I really enjoy. Talking with our students and helping them to continue exploring. That is the aspect that I most enjoy from my current position. Having students who are exploring about, I don't know if I want to become a mechanical engineer or an electrical or a computer scientist. So helping them to provide different opportunities to explore is what I enjoy most, because when the students come to the program, they come, with the mind open and a lot of ideas and a lot of dreams, but they are like, how can I do? What can I do? Because I want to do something, but I don't know what I want to do. I'm great at math, but how can I canalize my knowledge into something? So providing information, helping them to find out what they enjoy, what they are good doing, what they want to explore. And at the end of the year, seeing them how they have grown, and that they have a better idea of what they want to do, because they had the opportunity to network with the STEM professionals, with the STEM alumni. And some of them already have secured an internship opportunity. So, I have that kind of proud mama feeling, because I see them growing and I see them like, okay, I will do this, but because I'm exploring. So yes, I want to go into the computer science field, and I secured an internship, let's say in Microsoft, but I know that that is not the final goal. I know that this is just a step in my career, and I will continue exploring, because I need to find out if I want to go into machine learning, or just data, or just software. So that is one step, in my life. So that is something that I really enjoy of my current position, working with students, helping them to find those opportunities, to continue exploring, to help them to connect with others. And yeah, I mean, that is the aspect that I most enjoy. And the other thing is that I have the opportunity to implement what I identify that is needed. As I mentioned, making life easier, implementing some systems or creating some database. So having the opportunity also to continue being myself and continue apporting ideas and discussing with my team and finding opportunities to improve or how to become better, how to provide better opportunities. That freedom, it is something that I wouldn't change. And in the future, I know that I will maybe go back to the STEM field, to the tech field, but having that opportunity of improving and sharing your ideas, that is something that I really value.
That's awesome. Okay, before we move on, I just want to mention, I forgot to mention this earlier, but if any of the attendees have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat as well. But yeah, Harshita, you could go on with the next one.
So if you could give your younger self one piece of advice, what would it be? And we can start with Miss Anu.
If I were to know this particular aspect that I realized to myself as I grew as a person, when I was young, probably it would have been very different when I reflect. But what that is really, it's not about getting something that you want. It's always about, are you getting better than yourself from before, every step of the way, right? So there were so many times when I was early in my career, even up until like recent few years, where I used to beat myself up. Why is this happening to me? Or why is this not working out for me? Why me? Like but then all those experiences were giving me an experience to myself, to develop myself in different ways. And I was not acknowledging that, and I was not actually focused on that. Rather, I was just focused on not getting what I wanted, whether it's a job or whether it's something. So my advice to all of you is really like, just every time when you hit a setback or something, because when you hit a success, you don't really do these things, right? So you enjoy the success and you move on. But when you hit a setback, just take a step back and think about what that setback gave you as an experience. What is it teaching you, and how is it making you feel better than what you were, or making you get better than what you were before, right? Like there is always a lot of that's happening to you as a person. You just have to take a step back and realize that and acknowledge that and feel good about it, as in, yeah, if it was not that experience, then I would not have probably developed myself, or I would not have realized that that's an area that I needed to improve, or that's not an area for me, that like I might have to find something else that I would like all those milestones in your journey are going to be teaching you a lot of things. So just every time when you hit that point, I mean, take a step back, just realize what that experience is giving you. Don't focus too much on what it is not giving you, because that's the easy thing, right? Because we wanted something, we didn't get it, so we are really upset about it, and feeling all bad about how unlucky we are and all that stuff, right? That's exactly the pattern that just goes on and on. Just take a step back and realize what that particular experience is teaching you and also helping you with, and feel good about it, because you have developed yourself as a person in dealing with that, or in developing from that experience, or in using that experience as a stepping stone sometimes, right? So there's so much. So my advice is really around that, like, don't beat yourself up. Just when you dig deep, self-reflect, there is a lot that you can understand that's going on for you with that experience, good or bad. Try and realize that, internalize that, use it as a strength for moving forward, right? Don't use it as a weakness to go other way around, right? So I think that will give you that resiliency no matter what circumstance you're going into, right? So that would be, I wish someone had explained that to me when I was young and growing up, and when I was hitting so many roadblocks to myself in terms of what I want this. But this is something I've learned as a way of growing and self-reflecting and understanding how life works. So that's just something I would love for all of you to remember after this. Just note it down somewhere, right? Just don't take it that you're not getting what you want. Just realize what you're getting, and then take that as your strength for moving forward.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I've also experienced a lot of setbacks in one of my research projects on rheumatoid arthritis, and I was doing like the computational biology project. So where I had to like create an app and do a lot of coding and stuff. So I can really relate to your experience. So thank you so much. And Mr. Sam.
Yeah. Maybe as a complement to what Anu shared. So when I look back, the two things that jump to mind that I wish I was more aware of in my younger days. One of them is, being ambitious and driven. The goal was very large in my mind. And many times that came at the sacrifice of being present and being able to enjoy the process to that goal. So I think that shows up in a lot of cliches and sayings, but I really wish I had been more aware of being present, being able to be self-aware about the things that I was experiencing and going through as I was going towards these various goals that I had for myself. And that's one. And the second one is maybe also a complement to that point, that the goal sort of can be and can become the reason for myself to become very single dimensional as a person. So the goal can become all encompassing. And there are moments of time where that is really needed if something's really difficult to focus and to strive towards. Other times, it can actually rob you of adding additional dimensions to your interests, to your personality, to your friends, to your life. And what I'm finding more and more are these additional dimensions to my life that make me unique and that give me a diverse perspective that allows me to do my role in a very different manner than someone else, just because they haven't had the same lived experiences that I have, right? So, and to harken back to something that I mentioned in other answers, so the world is changing in a crazy fast pace, right? And sometimes maybe being younger is very difficult to appreciate, and I can certainly attest to that, because that's the pace of world that you know. But over time, that pace accelerates, and then you start to notice that, hey, these changes are actually happening much quicker than I realized or remembered or expected, right? So when that is happening, it becomes very difficult to be an individual that goes deep into a particular area. I mean, there are individuals that do that, and all power to them. But many times the greatest sort of opportunity that arises to you is at the intersection of your interests. So sometimes also known as a T individual. So let's say you have two things that you're really interested in. The intersection of both of them now creates a unique opportunity for you to showcase your strengths, rather than being an expert in one area and also an expert in another. So it's really that intersection that is coming to the forefront more and more. And that really comes from an individual that is multidimensional, that has vast interests. Maybe vast is a poor choice of words, has varied interests and is able to pursue them to a decent extent. So for me, it was actually that aspect, now looking back, that led me into computational neuroscience. I was really interested in biology. I took biomedical engineering as a way to sort of apply engineering principles to biological problems. And that's when I discovered my love for electrical engineering, and being able to pair sort of the electrical engineering principles to biological problems was my intersection. And these days, the intersection is machine learning and also having like a business on the side. So that provides a unique perspective that is able to allow me to excel in my field, rather than just being world-class machine learning engineer or even a world-class entrepreneur. By the way, of which I'm neither, but is the intersection that really allows me to excel where I am. So just a few points looking back.
That's great. Your story really shows that you don't have to have like one fixed passion. You could have multiple and somehow connect them. Thank you.
Yeah, everyone's unique, right? And it's that uniqueness that, you know, being applied in the right opportunity allows them to shine. I think that's very well said.
And if you don't try, you don't know. So it's okay if you don't know, because you're going to try and know about it too, right? So it's not like all of us have started with, okay, knowing that, like, you know, I don't think Sam probably started with, hey, my goal is to work for Shopify and do these amazing things. Like, you know, I'm sure there's a path, and it's not like, you know, I've started with a goal of becoming a CTO or head of engineering somewhere in some company, right? It's just the journey, and like Sam said, like, you know, enjoying the journey is really important.
Yeah, definitely.
Ms. Arlene, would you like to share?
Yeah, so my words are, you know, the same in lines with what Anu and Sam mentioned. I keep on telling my boys two things, you know, fail. Fail is first attempt in learning. So never be discouraged by, if you think you're failing, that's not really true. It is first attempt in learning. And the other things that I keep telling my kids and my teammates is, we can only get better. There is no way we can get worse. So to my younger self, what I would say is, you know, I keep thinking about what Steve Jobs said. You can only connect the dots looking back. You cannot think about it when you're looking forward. So everything that has happened to you leads you to the person you are. So just stay on, hold on. I know there would be times where you might get disappointed. That is just to process your emotions, but you need to get back on your feet, see what you can do, get better from there, and move on. So yes, resiliency, what Anu said, be resilient. I know there would be disappointing times. COVID-19, this has, you know, a good learning experience for all of us. It has humbled me at least. We take things for granted, so we shouldn't enjoy the journey. What Sam said and Anu also mentioned, enjoy the journey, enjoy your family. Those are most important things in life. So enjoy the journey, enjoy family. Don't be discouraged, don't be disappointed. Just somebody there to tell me, hang on in there. This experience is teaching you something. You may not like this right now, but eventually you will understand why that is happening. So just stay on it. Resiliency, find friends who would encourage you, help you bounce back, hang on to them, and then family, they are the best. So yep, that would be what I would tell my younger self.
Thank you for the advice. I feel like since the competition has really increased over the past years, and like many students are really like afraid of failing, like including me, but we need to like hold on and like be more resilient and enjoy the journey.
Yeah, one of the things that I can say is, when my son was in high school, he's a senior right now, but when my son was in high school early stages, and we would preach him, you have to do this, you have to do this, and then it wasn't getting to him. But when he experienced failure, that is what was a lightning moment for him. Okay, this cannot happen. I don't think I like this feeling. So what is it that I can do to get better? So find people who would support you through that process, including family members. All of them will help you with that journey. But always consider don't think that, don't take failure as a negative thing. There is some learning from that, and always go understand what it is that you can get better, that shouldn't happen again.
Yes. And lastly, Ms. Maria.
Yes, thank you. The learning process, right? In life, in general, not only one class, but in life, the learning process. Keep your eyes open, keep your ears open, and your mind open, because you learn from everything and from everyone. You learn something. So my piece of advice for me, for my younger self, is reach out for help. I am the third of 5 siblings, and I am the first one attending college. So all of my siblings attended a technical high school. So once we finished high school, we were ready to go and find a job. So I did my concentration in accounting because I didn't know what I wanted. And one of my sisters was studying accounting, and my parents said, like, go for it, go for accounting, as your sister. So I went into accounting and I didn't like it. So when I finished high school, I wanted to do more. I wanted to continue studying, but my dad was like, no, you are ready to go and find a job. So I looked for scholarships, and I got one scholarship to attend a private university. So that is why I got my bachelor's. Otherwise, it could be impossible. So when I was there, I remember my dad told me, like, my dad finished middle school, and my mom, she didn't finish middle school. So when I was in high school and I went to the university, I remember my dad told me, I did my best to help you with math in high school, even though I didn't know a lot of topics. But now that you are going into an engineering field, I cannot teach you anymore. I cannot help you anymore. So it's it is on you to do good at math and all the classes. So I took that in my head, like, I need to do that, myself. So I was studying really hard, different classes. Some math classes, I didn't good at it. Because I was really struggling and having the background of coming from a public school into a private university, the gap is huge. So I didn't reach out for help. I didn't reach out to my classmates until later on. Also, I was too busy focusing on my classes that I didn't reach out to my professors, like, hey, I'm having some struggling here. Can you provide me some help? And they say, like, we have office hours, but I was like, I have never gone into office hours with my professor. So what I'm gonna do there? If I bring some silly question, they are gonna be like, you are not good at math. What are you doing here in this major? So I didn't reach out for help. Until then, I reached out to one of my best mentors in the university. I was really struggling with circuits. And he told me, like, come to my office at this time, I'll be there. So I went, like, is he gonna be like destroying my dreams to becoming an engineer, And he was like, okay, let's talk. Why are you here? So the chat was more about that. Why are you here? What is your dream? What is that really you wanna do in life? So the discussion guided me. And he told me something that I will never forget, like, it is okay to fail. And I failed because I didn't pass one of my classes, circuits. It was the first class of my engineering career and I didn't pass it. So I was like, gosh, what am I doing here? So he was like, it is okay to fail, but you need to learn something from there. Think about it. What are you learning from there? And what are you gonna do with that learning that you got? But there are different areas where you need to reach out for help. When I started also to apply for opportunities, internship opportunities, it was the first time that I did my resume. So I developed my resume in the way that I thought a resume was okay. And I sent the same resume to different positions, to different companies, exactly the same resume. I got some calls and I didn't prepare myself to the interviews. So I didn't know the process. I went just because, oh, I have the opportunity to have an interview. So I didn't prepare myself for interviews. I'm sure that if at that moment I reached out for help, I could have some of those opportunities because I was good in the technical topics, but I was a mess answering interviewing questions, the behavioral questions. So I didn't prepare myself. I didn't work on my resume because I thought that I needed to do everything on myself, or everything only me, alone. So that is the piece of advice that I will give to my younger self and also to all of you. Reach out for help to your classmates, to your teachers, professors, family, friends. Reach out for help and ask, what is, where you want to go, how you arrive there. That journey all depends on you. Enjoy it, but also you are not alone. Ask questions and reach out for help. Yeah.
I really associate with that story, Maria, because I mean, one simple example is if I would not have reached out and talked about, as I said, like I come from a very small town and very conservative family who has not, who doesn't have a lot of education in the family. If I would have just simply followed what my parents told me, I would have married at the age of 13 or 14. That's what they were suggesting, right? That's all they know. I mean, it's not that they're trying to lead me into some kind of bad stuff or anything, but they're just following what their parents have told or done or whatever it is, and that's all they know in their world. But being okay to kind of talk to your teachers or ask like, hey, what should I do? I mean, what is it that I can do and all, it's very important. I mean, I always like seek out not like so much as a help, just as a perspective to the people that I think can offer a different perspective, and then put that all together in terms of what would be the right way to go, or at least the way to go that I think I will like and all that. So I mean, your story resonated so much with me. That's why I just wanted to add that point there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Anu. And you find out, I mean, as you mentioned, it is what family knows, right? So now we have more very knowledge, open mind, and for sure our kids are gonna do different things, but you are also fighting with traditions and culture. Yeah, culture there. So it's like you are fighting with the world, to change the world.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, like whenever I fail a test and I'm like, oh my God, like I feel like it's the end of the world, but now like I'm gonna try to reach out for help. So yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, your stories are all very, very inspiring. Thanks for coming in and talking about this with us. Okay, we have a couple minutes for anyone who has questions in the time, but if not, we could end it.
Yeah.
Thanks again for coming. This was amazing. It turned out.
Thank you so much. It was really inspiring, and like we got a lot of advice. So
I'm sure a lot of the people in the attendance also resonated.
You're welcome. So one final advice for those who are in the audience: don't be afraid to ask questions. These opportunities are great to networking, and you have the opportunity to find mentors here, to find someone that can provide you some piece of advice. So take advantage of these opportunities, connect with us. I will share my LinkedIn profile with Bavia so she can share that with you, but connect with the people who attend these events. These are great opportunity for you.
Yeah, and if any of the other panelists are willing to like share their LinkedIn or email, that would be great. You could just enter.
I would like to reiterate what Maria said. Please do reach out to me if you have any questions. I'll be happy to talk to you. Again, what everybody have been saying, reach out. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Understand what you're doing and just go on from there. So yes, Bhavya, please share email addresses to whoever is interested in getting in touch with.
Yes, I will definitely do that. I'll send out an email after the event.
Bhavya, you probably know this already, but happy to share my LinkedIn profile or anything that you would need to.
Yeah, I'll definitely reach out. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, yeah, looks like there's no questions in the chat. So yeah, I think we could wrap up.
Right. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Thank you. Have
You
have,
too.
have the
It was
rest of
great
the
meeting
summit.
you.
Yeah.
All the panelists, thank you for sharing your stories. Thank you for having us.
Nice
Yeah.
meeting you all
Thank you
too.
for coming.
Bye.
Bye. Have a great
you.
weekend. Okay, so now we'll be going on a lunch break and until 12, and we'll be back at 12. And right after we're back, we're gonna be having the award ceremony. So stay tuned for that.
I think
See you
since
at
we
12.
went over time a little bit, we can like extend the lunch break till like 12 and
Sure, yeah. 12:10, be back.
bye guys.
Bye.
Okay, we can get started in 3 more minutes, 12:15. Okay, I think we could get started. Can you guys let me know if you're here by like putting in here in the chat or like putting a thumbs up if you guys can do that. Or raising your hand works too, yeah. Thank you, Lake, yeah. Okay, I see 2 people raising their hands. We'll wait till a couple more and then we can get started. Okay. We can get started now. I'll share screen. Or Shri, you can share screen.
Yeah. Give me a minute. I'm just pulling it up.
Yep.
Okay. So welcome to the award ceremony.
Um,
So a part of this event, we also had a ideathon, which we got a couple submissions for, and we've judged them yesterday. So we're gonna be announcing the awards right now for first place, second place, and
Yeah.
a category.
Yeah. Okay. So the first place winner is Team Insole. Congratulations, guys.
So Team Insole was Sherry Liu, Dia Nerukar, and Hallie Pierce.
Yeah.
Yep.
their innovation was directed towards helping runners, and it was a creation of biotechnology shoe.
Yep. Great job, guys. Your presentation was great.
And the second place winner is Chaitana Linga. Congratulations. So this innovation was created to help a person identify the number of cases in a certain region. Like if a person wanted to travel to another place, they would use this app to look up the number of COVID-19 cases and the number of deaths in that region. And they could determine whether they could travel to the place or if it's too risky for them to. Congratulations. And the third place winner
Is Pradyan Kancharla for his idea on sustaining crops. So his idea was intended to keep farming at a proper rate and in proper condition. There was AI technology that compared the status of the crop and was used to determine whether like a crop was growing properly or if it needed any change.
Yep. Congratulations. And the most innovative prize goes to Khyati Dagupati for her the handwriting sensor.
Yeah,
So,
her idea was intended to prevent cheating on handwritten exams. Her service was one that compared students' handwriting throughout the years using AI technology to see if there were any changes and to catch cheating.
Yep.
The best all girls winner is Team Insole, and congratulations.
Okay, now the next event on our list is going to be the Intro to Cybersecurity talk. So stay tuned for that. We'll get that started in 3 minutes. But yeah, stick around. Hello.
Hi. Okay, so we can get started with our cybersecurity speakers.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
Sure,
thanks.
sure. Hey, Bhavya, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Hey, doing good, doing good.
Okay, so welcome, Vinod. Now let's welcome our next speaker who is going to discuss about AI and cybersecurity, Mr. Vinod Nagala. Mr. Vinod Nagala is a solutions architect, curriculum developer, technical trainer, and technology evangelist. He has worked with multinational, multidisciplined, geographical distributed teams of technology producers and consumers. And without any further ado, let's welcome Mr. Vinod Nagala.
Hello, everyone. This is Vinod. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending upon where you are. Let me start sharing my screen and then we can get started.
Yeah, you should be able to share screen.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, let me know once you are able to see my screen.
Yep, we're able to see it.
Nice. Okay, so today's topic is introduction to cybersecurity. Before we get into more details about what exactly the cybersecurity is and what is the role in our day-to-day life, let me start with a quick example. So in this example, you see Gwen, he's working in his office, is doing his daily routines. And in the background, there is a hacker who is trying to steal his information, his confidential information. And hacker is able to get the Quinn's data via a vulnerability. What exactly the vulnerability is, right? So the vulnerability is something, a weakness which can be exploited by a threat actor. In this case, hacker is able to get Quinn some confidential files via a vulnerability, and he's able to get confidential document from Quinn's laptop by help of a vulnerability, and he's able to drag that confidential information. This is a very bad scenario, right? I mean, getting some kind of a confidential information and with some kind of a vulnerability, and then he can do he can play with that information whatever he has. So what he can do with that kind of information, he can do an industrial espionage and asking company for a ransom, or he might sell that information to criminals, and which will have some kind of bad implication on that business continuity. It will have some bad implication on overall organization itself. And if it is some kind of a P2 information, it will be a loss for the customers as well. So how can we avoid this? We were going to see basically three topics, including this, how can we avoid these kind of situations? The first thing is, what is cybersecurity? Why cybersecurity? And how cybersecurity works? We'll concentrate on these three topics, and we will see some real-time examples, and we will go through one quiz questions. And when we do the quiz, you can post your answers in the chat section. And we will see in your day-to-day scenarios how you might be a victim for the cyber crimes, and how can you take some preventive measures to avoid these kind of cyber crimes. Either it might be if you're using a Facebook, if you're doing a online shopping, or you can educate. The end goal of this one is you can educate yourself. At the same time, you can tell your people surrounded by you what are the activities, how they can be more proactive to not to fall into some tricks. You don't want to be a victim of this cyber attacks. That is the end goal of this session, right? So what is cybersecurity? Cybersecurity is the technology and process that is designed to protect network and devices from attack, damages, and any unauthorized access. And why? What are the advantages of cybersecurity? The first one is protection of your business. Down the line, if you graduate and if you start your own small company, if you want to have all the different kind of setup, you have to consider cybersecurity. That is a pillar for any business. That is a foundation for any business, to have that kind of trust that you're gaining from the customers, and also to have that kind of secured level of access, so people can have the trust on your business while they're using the credit cards to pay something, or while they are trying to log in with their credentials. They need to have that kind of trust. In order to have that kind of trust, you need to set up a protector. You have to protect your business with all the cybersecurity compliances that exist in the market. Increased productivity. That is also one of the advantage of cybersecurity, because you don't want your employees, you don't want the people working for you or on a project to worry about the cyber attacks. How is it possible? To make your system compliant with the security guidelines. Inspire customer confidence. You have to gain the customer confidence. If you are a victim of the cyber attacks, then you lose the customer confidence, and the traffic, the business that you are doing via e-commerce, right? It will not be more legitimate once you lose the confidence, customers' confidence. So the next one that we're going to see is why cybersecurity, right? This is a CIA. I go with CIA. Don't be confused with the intelligence kind of bureau, like not American intelligence, but this is more of a confidentiality, integrity, and availability. These are the three industry standards for computer security since the time of first mainframes, when the mainframes evolved in 1900s. That's where these are the three pillars for any kind of cybersecurity, right? Confidentiality. Every company will have a confidential information. And how are we going to gain this confidential information? By logging in with the user ID and password, right? So if you have a files with a confidential information, if you have some kind of a project document, if you have something where that is a proprietary for that company, then you don't want to share that company secrets outside the wall. If you share that company secrets outside the wall, first thing, there is no purpose of your business, because that is a secret of your business, where if it goes out, people can use that for different purposes. The second thing is integrity. What's about integrity? Now, you have, when you try to check in for a hotel, what exactly the information you will be providing? You will be giving your first name, your last name, right? Your family details, and the people who are accompanying it, and your phone number, your email ID, and you'll be providing your credit card. So these are the different information that you will be providing to the reservation system of a hotel when you're trying to reserve a hotel, right? And information will be shared. Your information will be shared in the reservation system, where they keep that information in their servers, right? So integrity is something like, if you take a spreadsheet, if you have all this information, what we talked about in a sheet, and if someone is trying to edit that information, someone is trying to edit the information depending upon their motto, right? So that is something like integrity, right? Availability. Now, talking about availability, as the name standards, making your service available. That's where your service level agreements comes into picture. So when you're talking about availability, right, it means that your service, whatever you're providing, that service is being available for the end users. Now, if you go to the gmail.com, if you open Gmail, right, that's where you get your Gmail, your mail system, and then you provide your credentials. If it shows that when you at no point of time, or let's take a 0.1%, right? 0.1%. If you try to open a gmail.com and if you get a page cannot be displayed, what do you think? The first thing you comes into your mind is whether my internet is working or not. You never get a doubt that Gmail will be down, right? But that is where, so Gmail is always available. There might be a point of time where Gmail might be down for a fraction of seconds, but you still think that no, my internet might be down, right? So that's a service level of agreement that your service, whatever you are catering to the business or whatever you're consuming for the business, for consuming for the individual purposes, it's available 24/7. So these are the three building blocks, right, for cybersecurity: confidentiality, integrity, and availability, right? So what are the threats for this? If a business wants to run, these three are the standard pillars that they need to have. But what are the threats for these three things, right? Confidentiality, integrity, and availability. There are two threats. One is a cybercrime, another one is hacking. Right now we go more into details of what exactly the cybercrime is, right? So threats to CIA in our terms is confidentiality, integrity, and availability, right? Cybercrime. So cybercrime is any criminal activity that involves a computer, network device, or a network, right? So for example, if someone is robbing a bank, right, again, if you look at some of the movies, the robbing a bank might be a more kind of a manual kind of effort. But if you talk in a digital terms, if they're trying to rob via digital currency, that's where the computers are involved, right? So cybercrime is any criminal activity that involves a computer, network devices, or a network. Most cyber crimes are carried out in order to generate profit for the cyber criminals. So what is the motto behind it? They need a money, right? Once they get this information, they might be selling this information outside in the market, right? For example, in the previous thing we talked about you going and reserving a hotel, right? If you're going to Florida, if you're going to Hawaii, you might be going somewhere in US or outside the US, right? So some people might be using that information for something else. Their motto might be different. And if your information is compromised, they might be selling this information for something else, right? And what they get out of this is they get some money. They might be selling your information. Either it might be the way you shop, the way you the way you see the places, right? All these are human behavior that they're tracking it. But again, if it is something, a credit card information, that will be a huge stuff, a huge thing that you will be losing your money as well, right? Cyber crimes are carried out against computers or devices directly to damage or disable them, spread malware, steal secret information, etc. There might be, I mean, everyone in this world, they might be having an email, right? So when they click an email, there might be some phishing attacks where you get that, click on this email to get $100. Even if you're using a WhatsApp, you might be getting something, hey, click on this to avail so-and-so business, so-and-so Costco, Macy's gift card. So what people does, even though if you're coming from a valid friend who is not aware of that, if you try to click on that link and if you try to, if you try to execute some executable files on your laptop or on your mobile, then your system is compromised, right? So they will take all the information that you have. So because there is a virus that is coming onto your system, it is going to damage, it's going to steal all your data. Right? And we will go down the line, we will go, how can we avoid all that stuff? Right? I see one chat. Let me see. Yeah, see, you always get that messages, right? So we'll go through that. How can we try to, how can you try to avoid that? And I want to make this session as a more interactive session. At any point of time, if you have any questions, you can feel free to put in the chat, right? The next thing is, what are the types of cyber crimes, right? Computer assisted crimes, where a criminal activity is carried out using computers or mere tools are not specific to computers. The same thing what we thought, like example is a fraud. Like if someone is trying to steal the money via digital currencies, right? Steal the money from your bank account or from a overall bank itself, right? And this is one of the examples for this denial of service as well. computer as the target crimes, criminal activities focused on systems, servers, networks, and data stored on these systems. So if you're talking about compromising the whole corporate network itself, if you take any company, the whole corporate network will be compromised from the servers. Right, and we have one good example after this types of cyber crimes. Computer incidents to the crimes. These are the crimes where a computer is related or incidental to the crime. A crime could occur without the use of the computer as well. List of customers for traffickers. That's an example. All right. Next, we'll see a business scenario. And after this business scenario, there is a quiz. So this is a business scenario and a hypothetical example, Stark Industries, right? We're taking a Stark Industries, it's a company. One day at Stark Industries, many employees reported that either their systems have hanged or crashed during their day-to-day routine. Many employees, they said that, hey, either I couldn't log into my system or I'm able to log in, I'm able to do my day-to-day activities, but somehow my system is very slow in responding. There is something in the background on my machine that is running, which I'm not aware of, but I do see that my system is behaving little weird. Right, and some of the employees are saying that, hey, my system is crashed, I couldn't even log in. It might be any kind of behavior, right? Whatever we are discussing. When the whole system, when whole the company servers are compromised, you might see any of these behaviors. Then what is the first thing it happens when you see this kind of behavior is you report to your IT team, IT security team. So every company has a different kind of departments, like a HR department, people who hire, right? And there's a projects, the way you work on the projects, and there will be a IT security team, and we'll see what exactly the white hacker will do. I mean, how the IT security teams will work hand in hand to avoid these kind of issues. All right. So, but we are in this example, in this business scenario, the whole company-wide servers are compromised and employees see that the systems are being hanged and some of them are seeing error and some of them are seeing a slow behavior. Then the IT security team identified that some employee clicked on a suspicious link. Right? So what you have to do when you get the suspicious link, you have to delete them and you have to report to your IT security team saying that, hey, this is what a suspicious link. This seems to be a suspicious link. I don't know the person who sent this. Then they might send a company-wide notification saying that this is something not a trustworthy, and they can alert everyone saying that, hey, don't click on this link. Same thing happens if someone in your friends list sends something on the WhatsApp and someone got a victim for that. The next thing is you don't have to be ashamed. You have to be letting your friends know that, hey, this is something happened. Don't click on that. It's a fake link, right? So then what is the next thing where they might receive this one? The first thing is they might receive an email, right? Or the second thing, they might be receiving in a Facebook on the advertisement channel. There might be something that came up in a messaging system advertisement channel where they're not supposed to. Skype, you might be doing a Skype or even the Zoom, someone has sent something in the chat window, right? The source might be anything. So what the IT security team does in these kind of scenarios is they will allow only legitimate kind of URLs. They will not allow other URLs to send any kind of advertisement information which can potentially attract the people and they can be a victim for those cyber attacks. So in this scenario, the IT security team has identified the employees received a link and they basically block the Facebook and Skype within their organization, so no one can open Facebook on Skype, and they can use their don't worry that they can use their own phone for accessing that, right? So what happened is after clicking on the link, malicious file was downloaded and executed, and that's the big alert, right? And these files contain some JavaScripts which infected the machine, and not only the machine, but also the overall corporate system. So IT security team scanned all the systems and blocked Facebook and Skype on all machines until further orders. Right? So now is the quiz question. What type of computer crime is referred to in this scenario? Is it computer assisted crimes, computer as the target crimes, computers incidental to the crimes? Right? What happened here? Someone has clicked the link and some JavaScripts got installed on the system. Right? So just post the answer in the chat window and let's take that. Right? Yeah. So the next one is, what are the motives? What are the motives behind this kind of cybercrime? Right? So if you look at the motives behind the cybercrime, the first one is disrupting business continuity. All right. If someone is doing a business, either it might be something related to your shop. I mean, you might be getting something online orders, either it's a Macy's, Amazon, whatever, whatnot, anything that you get a good deal, right? So you get that, but if that account is compromised, your business, you'll be disrupting the business continuity. The business will no longer, because the customers, whoever buying the products from that company, they no longer buy the products because they are scared. Right? Information theft and manipulating data. So the second quick question is, out of CIA, out of the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, information theft and manipulating the data, which one it falls under? Either it falls under manipulating data, falls under confidentiality, or does it fall under integrity, or does it fall under availability? Just post your questions. So information theft and manipulating data. Right? So that is also, if they manipulate the data, if they take your social security number, right? And if they keep something else, or if they manipulate the data, depending upon, like, if you offer a bank company on $2,000 and you keep on paying $500 EMI, and if you paid 4 months, right, without interest, right, you will be done with that payment. But if you keep on paying, if the bank is keep on asking, right? So that's where the problem is. But most of the hackers, what they do is, we'll see this in the next examples. Once they get into the corporate system, their motto might be two things. Once get the information and just go back, or if the people from the IT security, if they didn't identify, they want to retain the access as much as they can, because they keep on getting the new data, and they can manipulate the data, or they can steal the data. So they want to keep the access as much as they can. And some of the times the company don't know those systems are hacked, or sometimes the government agencies might have to tell that company, saying that, hey, your system is being hacked, because at a government level, we are seeing some kind of patterns that all these customer accounts are compromised. And when we did a deep dive, when we find out all these customers at some point of time shopped in your e-commerce link, right? That's where we were able to match that your corporate system got compromised, because all these users, like some 5,000, 10,000 users, the common point is they all shopped in your network. Right? So that might be some of the times the IT security team don't know, and the hacker might want to retain their access as long as they know what's going on, as long as they are good that they're getting the information. Creating fear and chaos by disrupting their critical infrastructure, right? Especially when any kind of software services or any kind of company, if they have their infrastructure robust and scalable and very secured, and if you're hacking into their systems, what happens? They'll be creating a fear and chaos, disrupting the critical infrastructure, right? And there are things in place, but we'll cover them into the latter topics, right? We're just looking at what happens, what is the impact, but how can we avoid this? That we're going to see. Financial loss to the target, right? Exactly. Whoever has been a victim, they will be losing a dollar amount, right? And it might be with all these three, like disrupting their business continuity, that might affect their business, but the end goal is they will be losing the revenue, right? achieving states' military objectives. Yes, this is the confidential information, right? If anything that that's getting the confidential information that is out of those three, CIA, right? Confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Anything related to that will also comes under the cyber attacks, right? So if they are successful in getting their confidential information, like achieving states military objectives, then one country knows another country's strength, then that will be a weakness, right? If you know some other country's strength, if you're hacking their data and if you're getting, then that automatically the strength will become a weakness because it's compromised. Demanding ransom. They might demand some ransom amount that, hey, I have all this confidential information. Before I sell to some XYZ company, I want so and so dollar amount, right? And the most important is damaging reputation, right? Once they have all this confidential information, then it will be a matter of reputation, right? Matter of going into a bankruptcy, right? Propagating religious or political beliefs. There might be some scenarios where they might be using the data, even on the Facebook, they might take the data and they might be using, the end goal might be anything, right? The end goal, they might get the user behavior, the human behavior, and they might say that, okay, these are the steps that we need to take to attract so-and-so section of people, or so-and-so section of people following under so-and-so religion, and we might have to make some statements or make some videos to make so-and-so to convert into this kind of stuff, right? So the end goal might be anything, but overall, these are the things that we should try to avoid. Types of hackers. This is where it's very interesting. What are the, hacker, but the types in the hacker? Yes, there are. There are some good people, there are some bad people, right? And let's talk about the bad people first. Black hat hacker, right? Individuals with extraordinary computer skills resorting to malicious or destructive activities. They are extraordinarily talented, but they are not using the talent for a good thing, right? And if you look at the white hat are opposite to the black hat. Individual professing hacker skills and using them to defensive purposes, and also known as security analyst, right? So a security analyst, you can get two definitions here. One, you can get a security analyst definition, and you can get a white hat. They're both are synonyms, right? So the black hat is trying to steal your data using whatever the skills that he learned. But at the same time, the white hat is trying to be defensive. He's trying to protect your corporate system, right? Next, gray hat. Individuals who work both offensively and defensively at various times. It's very tough to find these people, right? Is a black hat or a white hat? No, is a gray hat because most of these kind of hackers will be working for a company, and they might be like, hey, they might be on their pay scale. They might be working for that company. And what happens all of a sudden in the back door, they are trying to release that information to some XYZ company, some competitor company, right? But how to find them? There are ways to find them, because if he's trying to pass that information, he might be using some kind of a channel, right? He might be using an email. He might be encrypting. So yeah, let's talk about encrypting, decrypting in the future slides. But for now, I assume encrypting is like a secret code, right? I assume that. I know it's too much technical information. I'm trying to simplify. I'm trying to use more of a generic terms to help you understand. But if you want to understand some of the technical terms, I will provide some sources as well down the line, which you can use after this presentation. And if you want to do some homework, I'll give you some links as well. Because when people get some kind of a basic overview, and when they want to be curious, they want to learn and be curious, right? What's going on? How can I get more information, right? It's always good to learn and be curious, and I'll provide some links as well. right? So I mean, gray hat is something working for a company and releasing that information, and everything. There are some security compliances which will help in finding the gray hat, right? Suicide hackers, right? Individuals who aim to bring down critical infrastructure. That is one of critical infrastructure. That is one of the point that we look in the last slide, right? Attacking on a critical infrastructure and impacting the business continuity. So suicide hackers are individuals who aim to bring down critical infrastructure for a cause and are not worried about facing jail terms or any other punishments because they have some kind of motto behind them, and their motto, and they are okay even if they face jail, because end goal, all these things, whatever the hackers, they will get a jail term because this is not a good thing, right? So for the suicide hackers, even they know that they'll be facing the jail terms or any other punishment, they still do that because they are suicide hackers, right? The next one is Script Kiddie, right? Is a beginner. Script Kiddie is the hacker who is a beginner, an unskilled hacker who compromises system by running some scripts, tools, and software developed by real hackers. So just take a real hacker, script via Google or somewhere, and they just try to test on some other person. But again, this is something a bad stuff, and they will be punished for that, right? But this is a kind of hacker, Script Kiddie. Cyber terrorist, individuals with wide range of skills motivated by religious or political beliefs to create fear by large-scale descriptions of computer networks. The only thing is the cyber attacks and the suicide hackers, the difference is the cyber terrorists have a motive behind them. Either it might be a political motive, either it might be a religious motive, right? They have a motive behind them. But whereas suicide hackers, they don't have any motive. All they're trying to do is like break the critical infrastructure, and they're okay to get that jail term as well. State-sponsored hackers, individuals employed by the government. Yes, there are some kind of scenarios like that, especially when there is some kind of, there are some countries who sponsor some hackers to look into some other countries' data and to get that data, and they can use that data for some kind of hidden agenda, right? So there are some kind of state-sponsored hackers as well, and these individuals employed by the government to penetrate and gain top secret information and to damage information systems of other governments. Hacktivist, just like an activist, there is a hacktivist, individual who promote a political agenda by hacking, especially defacing or disabling websites. Because an activist, like normal activists, just go a hoarding and just he stops somewhere on the street and is trying to stop that traffic, or is trying to do some kind of activity, right? Either silent or it might be aggressive, right? So, but the same thing, hacktivist is trying to get down the whole website, whatever he's trying to attack, he's trying to get that website down, right? Most common attacks in cybersecurity, right? So these are the most common attacks. So the first one is denial of service, which we saw in the earlier one, right? Man in the middle. So as the name says, man in the middle is someone who's trying to, who is compromised your router, right? And you don't know, right? Okay, my internet is working fine, but there is a person who accessed your router, who has access to your router, who has access to your network, and is a man in the middle and is seeing what are the data that you're exchanging and is trying to decrypt that, right? And how to avoid this, keep that router the security on the router updated. If you have any kind of latest updates on your phone, latest updates on your laptop, latest updates on your router, any electronic system, if you have a latest update, just try to update that. If I think most of you might be using an iPhone, or any, for that matter, any phone, there will be some kind of security updates. There will be some kind of iOS updates that you get onto your mobile that, hey, install this as soon as possible. So keep your phone up to date, right? Next, drive-by attack, right? It is so drive-by attack and password attacks are what exactly happens in the password attack is, now most of the people, they try to keep their password like their friends' names, or someone within their family name, or someone their favorite picture, or favorite actor or actress, or favorite place, or favorite hobby, right? That's not is a good practice to keep your passwords. The way that you have to keep your passwords is at least 12 characters, which will be alphanumeric and use special characters, and use capital letters and small letters, right? So it should be very complicated, right? And first thing is you have to remember that password. Don't forget that password, right? If you forget again, you have to reset your password again. But keep that password in such a way that you can use the capital case, lowercase, numbers, special characters, right? And try to change your password for every 6 months. At 3 months is the best practice, but at least for 6 months, right? SQL injection attack. This is something they're injecting something onto your servers or the systems, and where they can get access to your system, right? Malware attacks, everyone might know about this malware attack, right? There might be some virus that will be installed onto your system, right? And that gets your whole system will be compromised. In the background, they will steal all your data. And how to get this kind of how can we more preventive for these things is you have to install antivirus software and keep that antivirus up to date. All right. An earlier corporate example, the corporate business example, we took a phishing, right? So phishing is something you get an email saying that, hey, this is an email like you're getting a $50 coupon or $100 coupon, or go to Hawaii with a free vacation with the hotels and everything sponsored, but you're the first person clicking it and providing your data. We get excited. Okay, there is something I want to tell my family that I got something for some good work, but that is not. It's a trick that they're trying to put you in, and they're trying to steal your information. So be cautious on that, right? And even nowadays, I'm hearing that people are getting some phone calls as well, right? It's a different kind of hacking as well. They will ask you for the information, and they're trying to use that information for a different purposes, right? So you have to be cautious. Cross-site scripting attack. It's just like you're getting the scripts on your laptop, and they're trying to attack your system or your network with a cross-site, like eavesdropping attack, birthdays attack. So these are different kind of attacks that a hacker is trying to invoke, and you make you a victim for the cyber attacks. Right. So if you see it, 1990s national crackdown on chemicals, and the Microsoft NT operating system pierced. In 1980s, MNC's database, Pentagon and IBM. In 2001, cyber criminals launched attack against eBay, Yahoo, CNN, Amazon, others. In 2007, bank hit by biggest ever hack. Swedish bank Nordea recorded nearly $1 million has been stolen in 3 months from 250 accounts. In 2013, Adobe 2.9 million accounts stolen. And in 2016, right, Kaspersky Security has informed that 758 million malicious attack occurred according to Kaspersky, right? And these are some of the famous names who stole the data, right, in cybersecurity. In 1988, Robert T. Morris, first internet worm, right? In 1990, Kevin Lee hacked telephone lines. You might be asking, how can people hack a telephone line? Back in there, it was not as secure as we are right now. I mean, so that was the reason. 1999, David L. Smith created Melissa virus. 2004, Adam Bodbell steal credit card information, right? But again, every time there are some security guidelines which trying to avoid these kind of attacks, and they're being more secured, more reliable, and more trustworthy, right? Now, how cybersecurity works, right? So securing computer. First one, secure your passwords. And second thing, how you define your passwords, right? The way that we discussed, make sure 12 characters, at least 12 characters, right? And use alphanumeric with special symbols. and capital case and lowercase. Antivirus, make sure your antivirus is up to date. No phishing, be cautious and let your family also know about this phishing. Securing your DNS, two-way authentication. Most of the bank accounts, right? Even WhatsApp, I see WhatsApp also has a two-way authentication, right? Most of the bank accounts and even Gmail or most of the services are going into two-way authentication. The first way authentication is you might be entering your password. Let me see, one quick question. Bhavya, how am I doing on the time? I know it's 1:06. Do I have more 4 minutes or more 9
Yeah.
minutes?
Yeah, you have
You could
time.
take until
You could-
1:50. That's good.
Yeah.
1:15. Okay, good. So thank you for that. So two-way authentication, right? So most of the bank accounts are providing a two-way authentication. The first way authentication is you enter your user ID and you enter your password. Once you enter your password, it is going to send a OTP onto your mobile device, right? And then you enter that OTP, right? And then you get access to your account. So I would highly recommend that everyone to go with a two-way authentication. So your systems and your whatever the service that you're using will not be compromised. All right. Again, the word compromised means that something, a laptop or a phone has been a victim for the hacker, right? Regular updates. Make sure you have the regular updates. Either it's a phone, or either it's a operating system updates, either it's a iOS updates, or either it's an antivirus updates, right? Every company, every product that you use will make sure they are up to date with the security compliance, right? Just like the white hacker you did, the security analyst found something from a black hacker. And how can he let the team know? How can he let the whole wall know there's something coming is via the security updates, right? Even Apple is trying to filter the advertisements that you're getting. And even if you see, even if you're using the phone system, earlier, if you get some kind of an unknown number, it not used to display the name. But right now on my phone, I get that with a scam caller, right? So how are we getting these kind of messages, making sure you not be a victim for this cyber attacks is making sure the security standards, security controls in place. All right. So how can you be preventive? How can you be cautious about all these things is making sure you are having these kind of regular updates on your mission. Firewall, right? So firewall, what exactly a firewall? I think most of you know. It will be just like a wall, will be protecting your inbound and outbound traffic. There might be some of the ports that you don't use in your application, so you don't have to enable those kind of ports. You might enable only a 443 port, which will allow a secured kind of communication. But again, at a 443, if your security key itself is compromised, then hacker can get that information as well. But making sure your firewall is turned on and using that firewall to avoid these kind of cyber attacks, right? Making sure that inbound and outbound traffic, inbound and outbound ports are valid and making sure it's up to date. Cryptography, encryption, encrypt everything. Earlier, 1 year before, if you see WhatsApp, the conversations were not encrypted. But right now, if you open your WhatsApp and if you say that, it's an end-to-end kind of encryption, right? So they have detailed out that end-to-end encryption, and every site that you access, as a Gmail or Yahoo or any kind of shopping cart, or the bank kind of thing, or even if you open the LWSD website as well, you see on the top said HTTPS. That's a secure thing, and if you click on that, you see the key. I mean, you see the security thing. Again, there's a private key, public key. I don't want to go into those kind of details, but what I'm trying to say in this point is encryption is a key factor. So people can't decrypt that information, right, until unless they have a key for that, right? And that is stored, right? No one can have that. It's a private key. So make sure the URL that you're hitting is HTTPS and make sure that overall communication is encrypted. who is cybersecurity expert? Right? A cybersecurity expert is an individual employed by an organization to protect their data. He's not a hacker, just like what we saw some of the hacker examples, right? Some of the hacker names, right? So what he does, finding weaknesses. Finding weaknesses is something like a vulnerability, right? What we saw, like vulnerability is like a weakness. It's a weakness which can be exploited by a threat or actor. So we have to find those weaknesses. So what the cybersecurity expert does is he will find those weaknesses and he will try to fix that. So these vulnerabilities will not be there in any of the corporate system or any of the laptop or any of a user who is using that services. So there is no weakness for a attacker to attack into our system. Monitoring system, you should always monitor your system, right? Just like what we do, we monitor our sites, whatever we're accessing, right? So make sure you monitor your systems. And from a user standpoint, from our standpoint, you have to make sure you have to monitor your systems and follow some of the news that there has been shared. If some particular XYZ company got compromised, make sure what are the user accounts that you have registered with that. And best thing is to change the passwords, right? Find out if there is any kind of a network breach, right? If there is any kind of network breach that they found, then probably what is the next thing they do is they try to close that network breach and make sure no information is compromised, right? After they find weakness, they repair and they strengthen the areas where an attack may have occurred. And also they make sure next time these attacks won't happen, right? There is always a lesson learned session, right? Domains in cybersecurity, security and risk management, asset security, security architecture engineering, communications and network safety, identity and access management, which is the identity, the person who is entering into your computer should have an identity, just like a username and password, right? Protecting that identity and access management, security operations, security assessment and testing, and software development security, right? And security and risk management. So these are the different kind of domains in cybersecurity, right? And if people wants to do some kind of courses and certifications, these what I recommend as a beginner. There are extensive as well, but this is what I recommend. CompTIA Security Plus 501, Certified Ethical Hacker, Certified Information System Security Professional, Certified Information Systems Auditor, CSA. So this was one of the example which I thought I will go with. I have a 2 minutes of time. I will go it really quick. So this is one of an example of a hotel management. If you take one of the hotel management system, so just like what we thought, so there is an hotel management system, and within that hotel, they have a reservation system. So within that reservation system, if a people try to reserve a hotel, and if they provide the first name, last name, date of birth, and all that information, how that information might be compromised, right? And during the acquisition, if you have a two hotels, one is a mega hotel, another one is a higher upcoming hotel, right? And if there's an acquisition, there might be some customers data with this hotel one, and there might be some customer data with second hotel, right? How this acquisition is happening, they have to make sure the hotel one data is also not compromised. So making sure all those access points are tight, making sure no data has been compromised, right? And what are the security compliances in place, right? So making sure all that. So sorry, I think we're running out of time. There's a 1 minute, but I'll open for Q&A, and feel free to ask any questions you have.
Yep, go ahead and type in any questions you have in the chat.
Yeah. Can you go back to the earlier slide with like the opportunities? I think they might want to take a picture of that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this one, certifications.
Yeah, that one.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, if you guys are interested in going in deeper, take a picture of this. Okay, if no one has any questions, we can wrap up. So thank you, Mr. Vinod, for the insightful talk in cybersecurity. You provided a lot of information on various aspects of cybersecurity. So I think a lot of us learned a lot. Thank you.
Sure.
Sam-
Thanks, Bhavya. Thanks, Bhavya, for providing this very good platform to communicate with all middle school and high school students. It's really fun interacting with you all, and I hope you will use this knowledge in your day-to-day routines. Thank you. Bye.
I think somebody said something in the chat. Good Day said these are very high end and need some basic understanding of ethical hacking fundamentals. Great talk, Vin.
Okay,
think-
sounds good. Thank you. Thank you for that. And feel free to reach out to Bhavya if you want any kind of material. I'll provide that to the Bhavya and she can share it with you all.
Yeah. For
Sounds
sure.
good. Thanks, everyone. Yeah, bye.
Okay, so I see a question that's asking if we can get the recording. So yes, that will be on YouTube.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, congratulations to all the winners that won in the Ideathon. And thank you everyone for making this summit happen, and hope you guys come to future events, we hope.
Yeah, and before you guys go, we would appreciate it if you guys filled out a post-event survey. I'll put that in the chat. Thanks, Harshita. Yeah. So that is. Okay, I think we have to send that. I don't think that's sent to the. Can the winner still a party to others? Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think Harshita, I think you put it to panelists. We can do attendees. Yeah, I think now everyone should be able to see it.
Yeah. Once you're done with that, you can just.
Yeah, I shouldn't. So.
I can stop.